Welcome back. Game 3 of the Ashes series, second T20 of the day. Australia out in the field to start with for the first innings. And Matt McCarthy opening the bowling from the northern end. Here we go. And a lovely sweep, reverse sweep through the covers. Fielded very quickly and returned back in. A dot ball. Got Andy Powers at the strikers end for England and Nathan Jamieson at the non-strikers. Matt McCarthy in again. A lovely hard shot played through mid-wicket. Straight to Matt Cameron, so just the 1 run scored. Nathan Jamieson, left-handed batter, so a few changes in the field. If you didn't join us this morning, Australia with a victory in the first T20. And that's a lovely stand-up shot over the top of mid-wicket. Should run for 4, and it has. 4 runs, Nathan Jamieson. Matt McCarthy coming in again. It's on the stumps. Stand-up drive back down the ground. Oscar Stubbs coming around from covers to collect that one. Just the 1 run scored. Matt McCarthy, delivery 5. Bouncy one this one. It's in line with the stumps, going down leg. I don't think the batter got anything onto it. Fielded down at fine leg. Return back in. We'll have a leg bye. So no changes by the Aussies coming into this second game of the day. Just the 1 change from England as Matt McCarthy comes in. Ball outside off. Jamieson's played a stand-up drive. It's ended up out at forward point and collected by Oscar Stubbs as the English boys come through for a 2. And that's the end of the first over. None for 8 after 1. Looks like Ned Brewer-Mager is going to have a bowl from the southern end. Just organising ourselves in the field here, the Australians. Left-right combination is never pleasant when you're a fielder. Having to get through it really quickly to ensure that the time restrictions are kept as Ned comes in. The bouncy one to start. It's outside off, and we've got a reverse sweep straight to the fielder here, Macca, at third man. And we've had a run out by the looks of it. I think a bit of confusion. Yeah, as Andy Powers, just looking at the footage, Andy's fallen over halfway up the pitch after he was sent back from Nathan Jamieson. And a run out there, so Matt McCarthy on the board early. Stefan Euro, safe hands as always to collect that run out. Never a nice way to go, and especially the little trip there in the middle. Andy Powers out for just the 1 run. Looks like Sam Hoskins coming to the crease. B1, batter number 3. And his runner, David Howes, as the Australians creep in the field. Ned will be pleased with that start. As will Matt McCarthy, captain of the Australian team. Ned coming in. Bit of a wayward one down leg side here. I think he tried to take the pace off a little bit and just lost his line. We'll have a wide ball for that one. Ned coming in again. Much straighter this time on the leg stump, and a nice sweep down to short fine leg. An easy single, which will be 2 runs added to the score of the English team. Jamieson on strike. Stand-up drive. Back past the bowler to a long on. Fielder from mid-wicket's going to have to chase after that one. Stevie Palmer with a great left-arm throw back into Ned, the bowler. Two runs scored off that one. Ned coming in, another bouncy one, and a swing and a miss there. Very, very close to that off stump. Straight into the safe hands of Stefan Nero. A little bit wayward again here, Ned. Perhaps overcorrecting onto the left-hander and a wide down the leg side. That's a better ball, much straighter. Ned's had to dive himself and it's come off his arm. They're going to run one. Rebound off Ned, collected by Steve Palmer. Return back into Stefan. Should be last ball of the over here. And it's just outside the leg stump. It's a bit of a swing and a miss from Sam Hoskin, the batter. And a dot ball to end the over. Just 7 from that one. With a couple of wides, Ned will want to rein that back in. The English team 1 for 16 after 2. Matt McCarthy over number 3 from the northern end. Nathan Jamieson on strike. And a stand-up whack through mid-wicket. Matt Cameron coming around off the boundary with a lovely little slide and pick up. And a very easy 2 for the Englishman. Matt McCarthy coming in for his second delivery. It's outside the leg stump from where I am. A little shout for LBW from the Aussies, but umpire not interested. Dot ball. Delivery number 3. Outside off this one. Potentially, yes, it will be called a wide. Coming in again. A bit more of a full toss. No, that one must have bounced just on the bowler side of halfway, and we've had a clean bowled. Nathan Jameson trying to play a stand-up drive. And Matt McCarthy coming through with the wicket. Clean bowled. Jamieson out for 12 off 8. The English team 2 for 19 in the third over. The Aussies very happy with that start. 2 for 19 after 2.3. As the fourth English batsman makes his way to the crease. And I think he should be Matthew Page. We'll just double check once I can see the numbers on the back. Yes, so Matthew Page at the crease, Rory Hossel his runner. Just a couple of changes happening in the field here from the Aussies. Moving a few people around. If it's anything like the first game, there's not many gaps in this Australian fielding team. Very, very good set of fielders. Okay, Matt McCarthy lining up here to bowl to Matthew Page, who's played a little reverse sweep down to third man, collected by Ned. And just one run scored. Sam Hoskin at the crease now. 2 deliveries remaining from Matt McCarthy, who comes in. Nice straight one, and we've had a clean bowled. Sam Hoskin just tried to put the bat there, nudge it away a little bit, and it seems to have just run under his gloves for a clean bowled. And Matt McCarthy with his second wicket very early on in the innings. Aussies very happy about that one. Some good momentum here, and just not allowing the English team to create any partnerships. Now, English captain Ed Hossel at the crease. He had a pretty good first game this morning. Did plenty of running. So Ed Hossel, the man on strike. Matt McCarthy with 1 ball to come in this over. It's outside off. Good little nudge backward of point. Collected by Stephen Palmer. Just the one run off that last delivery, bringing the English team 3 for 21 after 3, and a great start by the Aussies. Ed Hossel on strike here at the northern end. Ned Brewer-Mager coming in for another over. We've got a deep fine leg, a deep square leg, and everyone else in the ring. Ned comes in, first delivery here, and it's outside off. Ed Hossel's just tried to play a little sort of run down to third man, and he's missed the ball. It's gone straight through to Stefan for a dot ball. Ned coming in, second delivery. It's a nice straight one. Hit in the air, fold of square. Matt Cameron coming in off the boundary. The English team not looking for a second run. Happily just take the one. Bringing Matthew Page onto strike. Ned coming in, sliced out to third man. Potential run out there, but the English team safe for one run. Great fielding at backward point there from Brad Brider. Ned coming in, bouncy one this one. It's hit a bit harder this time, just through forward of point. Brad Brider chasing out to the boundary. Great dive by Brad Brider. Saves the boundary, flicks it back in. A bit of assistance there from Oscar Stubbs. Comes around, returns the ball back into the keeper. 3 runs scored off that ball. Good running by the English team. Matt Page on strike here to Ned. And it's outside off. Good little slice shot through the covers, picked up by Oscar Stubbs and returned to the non-strikers end. 1 run scored. Another delivery from Ned. Played through to third man. Lincoln Muddles jumped over the ball. Picked up by Brad Brider. And returned back to the keeper's end. 2 runs scored from the English team. That's the end of the over. English team 3 for 29 after 4. Ned finishing his second over, none for 15. Brad Brider going to come in to have a bowl from the northern end. Matthew Page on strike at the southern end. Brad Brider coming in. It's going down the leg side, swept out to backward square leg. Oscar's not quite picked it up and it's gone through, but Matt McCarthy in behind him, saving the boundary. Returned back into the keeper. 2 runs scored off that ball. Brad Brighter coming in again. Outside off. It's hit through the covers, a little bit in the air. No fielders there to get it. Stevie Palmer having to come down to a long off and returning the ball back into Stefan, the keeper. 2 runs scored off that one. Matt Page, the man on strike. Brad Brighter coming into his run up now. It's just outside off. It's been hit back down the ground. We don't have any fielders at the mid-on area. Matt Cameron coming around from mid-wicket. Returned back into Brad Brighter. And another 2 to the English. They'll be happy if they can keep going at 2s here. Brad Brighter coming in again. It's on the stumps, but it's been swept in the air over mid-wicket. Oscar's had a little bit of a misfield there. Flicked back in off the boundary and retrieved by Matt Cameron. We're going to have a short run called though. So a short run. They did run 2, but we'll have a reduction back to 1. Brad Brighter to Matt Page. It's good delivery. It's going down leg a little bit. It's been swept out to square leg. Fielded by Oscar Stubbs and returned pretty quickly back into the keeper's end. Just the 1 run scored from that. Brad will be looking for a dot ball here to end the over. Brad, last delivery of the over. Comes in a bit more bouncy one, outside off. It's just been hit into mid-wicket, collected by Matthew Cameron. 1 run scored. And the English finished the over 3 for 38 after 5. Now I'm joined by Trent Keep, assistant coach of the Aussie men's blind cricket team. Trent, boys would be happy with a win this morning. What's the game plan going in this afternoon?
Thanks, Taylor. Yeah, very pleasing. First game this morning was nice. Nice to get that result. And we are, I reckon, just seeing a different intensity to England's batting at the moment, though, so we are a little bit under pressure. So game plan remains the same. But again, like I just said, we are seeing a different England at the moment. So they've obviously changed the way they're going to go about it. It's been quite impressive this first 5 overs, so we are under pressure here at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Very different start to the last T20. England wouldn't be happy with these couple of wickets lost, but they do have some very experienced and talented batters here at the crease, so they'll be looking to create a good partnership here with Matthew Page and Ed Hossel. Brad Brighter finished that over pretty well, and we've got Ned Brewer-Mager coming back in for his 3rd over from the southern end. Outside off, and it's sliced out to point. Got no fielder out on the deep there, and the ball is going to rush over the boundary line, despite a bit of a dive there from Oscar. And that's 4 runs to the English team. They'll be really happy with that one. Not a lot of deep coverage out there on the offside. Fielders all within the ring. We've got a deep fine leg and a deep square leg at the moment. No changes in the field. The Aussies will be trying to get Ed to do that again. If you're that good, do it again. As Ned comes in, he's gone for a reverse sweep. There is an appeal for LBW, but umpire Karen not interested. And it will get 1 run scored off that one. For a leg bye. Matt Page facing up to Ned Brewer-Mager here. It's just outside off, and he's hit it straight back down the ground. I'm not sure whether Ned quite judged that one correctly, and it's ricocheted off down to a mid-off. And we'll get one run from that one. Ned with a pretty tidy start here, none for 19 off his 2.2. Ned comes in. He's tried to play a reverse sweep here, Ed Hossel. There was a little shout for an LBW. They've nudged it into a cover area and taken a quick single. The Aussies perhaps a little bit agitated here at the moment, Trent. Ashes on the line. A couple of little misfields and double touches. What do you make of that? We just got to get a bit of calm into this team.
Yeah, I think you're right, Taylor. We do look a little bit fumbly at the moment, which is stark contrast to where we were this morning with our fielding. But that said, you'd rather be 2 up than 2 down. Just need to control a little bit of the pressure here at the moment. And it's a full credit to the 3 Lions, how they're playing at the moment. Not out of control yet, but getting that way a little bit. By 3 wickets, so something that gets discussed a lot. Gee, loves point. Hossel. He's Ed, isn't it? The captain. He's playing a gem of innings with his team under the pump in the series, so hats off to him. 3 for 48 after 6. Yeah, it would be nice if you had you could get the runner out there, I reckon, like AFL, just to get around a few players and say, keep your composure, but get through 4 overs and get a message out at drinks break. Dan Drew, he'd be pacing around under the tent over there, that's for sure.
And that's the end of the power play as well. So Captain Matt McCarthy sending a few out to the boundary, covering all bases, and bringing himself on for another over from the northern end. So we've got a deep fine leg, a deep mid-wicket, and what I would call a 3/4 cow corner. Fielders in the ring on the offside, but Matt McCarthy pressing out Stevie Palmer there at forward point to what would look like about a 3/4 position. He sent the first ball down. It's a rapid fire, but it's gone down to the leg side. We'll have a wide for that one. Looks like Ned Brewer-Mager might be about 3/4 depth out at third man as well. So boundary riders covered on all bases here. Matt McCarthy comes in for the second delivery, a bouncy one at that. It is in line with the stumps, but beautifully played, just nudged down to third man, and Ned's not able to find the ball at the moment. There we go. Return back into Stefan at the keeper's end, and this English team really capitalising on those twos at the moment. Both going beyond a runner ball. Matthew Page 15 off 11, Edward Hossel 14 off 10. Matt McCarthy coming in for his next delivery. It's in line with the stumps, but it's a nice sweep out to forward of square leg. Picked up by Oscar at the 3/4 boundary there. Return back in very quickly to the keeper. Just the one run off that one. McCarthy in again. Going down the leg side, it's a swing and a miss, and Stefan Nero's had to do a bit of work there behind the stumps to stop that one. But I'm not too sure. That doesn't seem to be being called a wide. Aussies will take it. And a repeat of the ball that we just had, potentially just an inch wider, this time called a wide by the umpire. Now McCarthy coming in again. A bouncy one in line with the stumps. Maybe fading away to the leg side there, and Ed Hossel unable to play it. Safe hands from Stefan behind the stumps there. We've got a dot ball. This one's in the air. It's gone 45, so backwards square. Collected by, I think it's Brad Brider down there on the boundary, and back into the keeper. Just the two off it. Aussies be looking for a little bit of redemption here. They'd very much like a wicket, I would imagine. That one in the S, back over Stefan Nero's head as the keeper. Collected down on the boundary there by, I believe, Matt Cameron. And another 2 runs scored there for the English. They finished the 6th over, 3 for 57. Trent, no changes coming into the second game today. What discussions can you allude us to that might have happened in the break between the games and ultimately led to an unchanged team?
Yeah, it's a good question. I just think given the result this morning, you've got to try and back the players, the same 11 in. And we're certainly, Dan and I, and Dan as head coach, are trying to create an environment where players aren't playing with fear, so they're able to get, I guess, multiple opportunities to play. And you look at someone like Brad Brider, who's come in to open at the top. We want to be able to back him in and say that he's got the full support of the staff. So I think to make changes, particularly after a win like that, would have been a mistake, and it was a pretty easy conversation. But yeah, we're under, feels low. It doesn't, 3 for 57 probably feels a little bit more than that, to be honest with you. These two, I tell you what, England have probably run better than us throughout the whole entire series, to be honest, between wickets. Something that they're very, very good at. And for those who are listening to the live stream, it's not as simple with the fielders and just putting fielders in the right spot. There's so much intricacy in the game in terms of the vision that the boys have. So it's something that I've had to learn, and you can see them changing spots on the ground based upon what their vision impairment is and what angle suits them best. So a very, very complex game. I would liken it to a big game of chess, Taylor, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. And if it's your first time watching blind cricket, I know the stream is only on the pitch, but there's lots and lots going on in the outfield as well. As we've had Aaron Lyle come into the bowling attack. First ball is hit out into the point region and collected by Ned. Good throw back in from Ned. I'm not too sure what happened there, but the ball did go through for what could have very easily been some overthrow runs. But not too sure the English saw that either, and thankfully the Aussies weren't penalised too much. Aaron Lyle with 4 very good overs in the first game in his debut series for the Aussies. Comes in, Matt Page hits him in the air over cover. That's a fantastic cricket shot, and it rushes away for 4 runs straight in front of the team dugouts. And that's just a good all-round cricket shot, that is. The Aussies will certainly be relying on some positive voices out in the field here at the moment. Ashes series on the line here. If the Aussies can get up this afternoon, then we've had a clean sweep in this Ashes series, and the urn comes back to us. England very much in it at the moment. 3 for 63 in the 8th over. Aaron Lyle receiving the call from Stefan Nero. Matt Page on strike. That one's going to be a wide on the offside. Just not quite in line here at the moment, Aaron. I'm sure the boys will be getting around him. Bring it back in towards the stumps here. The English being smart with these wides, just leaving them and taking the one. Aaron Aaron, much better ball on the stumps here. And it's swept down the ground. Steve Palmer coming in off the long on boundary and returning the ball back to the crease. Just the 1 run scored off that ball. And Matt Page has moved up to 23 off 15. Ed Hossel 18 off 14. Aaron for ball number 4. And it's going to be a wide down the leg side. Just a little bit of overcorrection here from Aaron. There is a little bit of a cross breeze happening at the moment. Potentially might be playing into it. But no doubt that Aaron can bring it back here. Next delivery. It's a little bit slower, going down the leg, but we've had a reverse sweep out to point, collected by Ned. And they're running too. It's a great pickup by Stefan Nero there at the stumps, but the English team too quick and running back for a second run. Now, Trent, I've just got a text message from my nan saying great commentary. She's enjoying listening to us. So we must be doing something right. Aaron, that one going down leg. Ed Hossel hitting it out to a backward square. Collected by Matt Cameron and returned back towards the pitch. A little bit of a wayward throw. Stefan's had to move up the ground a little bit. And another safe 2 from the Englishman. One ball to come here from Aaron Lyle. 13 from it so far, so the Englishmen are really going hard at Aaron. Just the 2 wides, 1 boundary as well. Aaron with that last delivery, it's hit through mid-wicket. Steve Palmer's going to have to come in off the boundary. He's done well there, Steve. A good throw back into Stefan, the keeper. Just the 1 run from it. Both of these batters looking good at the moment, Trent. What's the key to getting a wicket?
Firstly, thanks to your nan for the positive reinforcement. That always helps. It's nice to know someone is listening, but it's just trying to bowl overs less than 8, I think, is the number we sort of spoke about as a squad coming into the T20s. And at the moment, we're getting clinic in running between the wickets and something that we haven't been able to handle, particularly here in this second game. So it's going to go with Brighter again. Hopefully he can bowl an over less than 8. And I honestly think the key to it, like it is in fully sided cricket, Taylor, is to consistently take wickets. And we were able to do that in game 1, but a bit sloppy at the moment, I think, is probably how I would describe it from Australia. You can see the 12th man running plenty of drinks around to the fielders on the fence, which, as much as that's for a drink, I reckon they're getting a few home truths from D. Drew over there. Brighter will come again. Three for 71. So 8 and a bit, and over maybe. Brighter in. Did you hit that hard? Nice fielding. Ryan Hon shooting, WA man. One of the veterans of the Aussie squad as well. Very, very funny guy, actually. I'll give him that. Quite enjoy his company. There you go. Recently become president of WA blind cricket, as well as playing for his country. Multi-talented. Might be biased, but I'd love a wicket here. Nice shot out to cover point. 1 run. What's a par score, do you think, Taylor?
Oh, look, the English are off to a good start here, Trent. Given that they were just shy of the 150 in the game this morning and that the Aussies chased that down with a couple of overs to spare, I would think that the English team would be wanting at least 170, 180 here to make it a really competitive match. And they're on trajectory for a pretty good score up around that region. As the ball, Ed Hossel hit down towards mid-off. Steve Palmer having to come quite away from through covers to retrieve that ball, and A good return throw back into Brad Brider, but 3 scored to the English team, and this is fantastic running. Brad Brider in for his next delivery. A bouncy one outside off. It's hit down to backward point. And third man having to come round to retrieve it, Matt Cameron. The great return throw. Picked up by Stefan Nero, or ricocheted forward by Stefan Nero, I should say. Two runs scored by the English team. It's just some smart running happening at the moment. Brad coming in outside off and hit through to mid-wicket, and Lincoln Muddle all over it there in the field. A little bit of a wayward throw back to the keeper, resulting in the runner having to dive there, Rory Hossel. And 2 runs scored from it. Fantastic fielding by Lincoln. Also on his debut series for Australia with Aaron Lyle. And Matthew Page just moved to 28 here, and Ed Hossel 27. So these two looking pretty set at the moment, and the Aussies needing a breakthrough wicket. Brad coming in for his last delivery. Just outside the leg stump, and it's been swept. Very, very fine. Matt Cameron diving to the ground to get that ball back in. That's the end of the over. Another 2 off that last delivery, and the English finished the 9th over at 3 for 82. Trent, Matt McCarthy, Ned Brewer-Mager, they both bowled 3 each. Brad Brider with his 2 overs and Aaron Lyle with 1. I assume Matt McCarthy and Ned Brewer-Mager will stay into bring in the death overs, but what else have we got in the bowling lineup to come?
Yeah, I think you assume right there, Taylor. I reckon we'll see Lincoln Muddle soon to pick up those B1 overs, but I wouldn't mind seeing Oscar Stubbs bowling over here. He's a player that makes things happen. His over will either go for 15 or he'll get a wicket, so it's probably a gamble I'm willing to take here at the moment, because this partnership is getting into dangerous territory, I would have thought. Experienced cameo, these two from England, so their running has been elite. Something that we can try and mirror in the chase this afternoon, but that is close to being played on, I would have thought. It's, in the end, 1 run to the England captain. A bye, yeah, only just missed here. We're just catching up on a replay. Look a bit tired, Australia. That would be my honest assessment, to be honest with you. They might get a bit of adrenaline pump here at the 10 over drinks break, though, I'd imagine. You'll see a different set for their next 10 overs. Out to third man. Brider picks up. 1 run. They've looked good, England, I must admit. Composed. And their intensity between wickets has been excellent. Matty Cameron fields out there at square leg, 1 run. 3 for 85, 9.3 gone. If you were Coach Taylor here in 2 balls, what would you be telling us? What would you be saying to the Australian group at drinks?
I think the biggest thing is just to keep their heads screwed on. We don't want them starting to lose their marbles and turning on each other, which I'm sure both of us have seen in our many games of cricket. But yeah, I think the key here is to get that breakthrough wicket, and perhaps that means a couple of changes out of the ordinary. and teams just adapting to whatever the captain says ultimately. Aaron Lyle cleaning up a little bit more here compared to his first over. We've had a bye and 3 ones in a row as Ed Hossel comes on strike. That one's outside off, quite wide, but Ed's played a lovely slice out there to backward point. Picked up on the boundary by Ned Brewer, and it could have been close to a run out there, but not quite the throw we needed back into the keeper. Ed Hossel dropped his bat on the way through the crease. Trent vacating the commentary box, ready to give the Aussie boys a quiet word at this 10 over mark, I'd imagine. Aaron Lyle with a wide ball on the offside there. Aaron receiving the call there from Stefan, the keeper. And outside off. It's in the air, lofted down to mid-off. And it's going to run for 4, that one. That's a great cricket shot there from Ed Hossel, England captain, leading from the front here as we come into the drinks break at the 10 over mark. England 3 for 93 after 10. Now, as we said before, I think Trent might be having a quiet word there to the Aussies, just telling them to keep their composure and let's get that wicket. I think figure out the next steps. Definitely need to break through this partnership. We've got Matthew Page, who's on 32 off 21, and Ed Hossel, 33 off 23. So both going well above that 100% strike rate and looking very set at the moment. Quick recap of the scorecard. Andy Powers run out by Matt McCarthy for 1. Nathan Jameson bowled by Matt McCarthy for 12. Sam Hoskin bowled by Matt McCarthy as well for 2. And then our 2 English veterans, Matthew Page and Edward Hossel, at the crease at the moment. Both in the 30s and looking very safe. The Aussie bowlers, Matt McCarthy, 3 overs, 2 for 22. Ned Brewmager, 3 overs, none for 23. Brad Brighter, 2 overs, none for 20. And Aaron Lyle, 2 overs, none for 24. Stefan Nero and Matt McCarthy with a run out each. we're back after the 10 over drinks break here in Australia's fielding innings. England 3 for 93. Ed Hossel and Matthew Page at the crease, looking very comfortable at the moment. We've had a change in the bowling. Oscar Stubbs from the northern end for ball 1. Travelling down the leg side, but it's been swept down to fine leg. Picked up by Brad Brighter. Just the 1 run off it. Oscar coming in, second delivery. Bouncy one, he's hit it in the air. Over square leg. Matt McCarthy coming round off the boundary to collect that one. Returned back into Stefan. 2 runs scored from that ball. I wouldn't say that was a catch chance, but certainly if there was a regulation square leg in the field, could have been a different story. Oscar coming in for ball number 3. It's in line with the stumps. Batters stepped across the offside and swept it out to a backwards square. Brad Brighter coming around. Very good fielding there from Brad, saving the boundary. And another 2 runs to the English team. Oscar to Ed. He's hit it straight back to Oscar. That one's a dot ball. Still a little bit fumbly in the field there. Although it was a dot ball, couple of touches on the ball there as Oscar tried to field that one. I think potentially a little bit of nerves around the Aussie boys at the moment. As Oscar comes in. We're going to have a wide on the offside for that ball. Good pace, just lost the line a little bit. Good work by Stefan there behind the stumps. Oscar coming in again. Much better ball, in line with the stumps. It's been swept to square leg. Picked up by Brad Brighter and returned back into Stefan. 2 runs scored off that one as well. Ryan Honshooten in there at a backwards square leg. Put out the diving effort but couldn't quite get a fingertip to the ball. Oscar coming in, last delivery of the over. It's a good one. Hit back down the ground though. Doesn't look like it's going to make the boundary. It's held up in the grass. Oscar having to retrieve that one himself. Stefan coming to the bowler's end, and we've got a run out. Very, very good throw there by Oscar Stubbs, and great game awareness from Stefan Nero to come down to the bowler's end. Seeing the end of Ed Hossel's innings. And a very, very good innings at that. Departing the ground, Edward Hossel, 40 off 27. And a good finish to Oscar Stubbs' over. Great breakthrough that the Aussies needed. Now that wicket of Edward Hossel brings Mark Turnham to the crease. B1, batter number 6 for this English lineup. Both Mark Turnham and Matthew Page having runners, so 4 English players out at the crease at the moment. And after the 11th over, 4 for 103. And the Aussies will hope that this can create a bit of momentum. Potentially another wicket, or at least lowering that run rate. Both Matt Page and Ed Hossel going at around that 150% strike rate, which is a very big increase in this English lineup compared to what we've seen in the previous games. So credit to them for making some changes and upping the intensity to give the Aussies a good run. So Aaron Lyle staying on from the southern end. He's bowled the only 2 B1 overs at the moment, so still 6 required with only 8 overs to go in this innings. So I would think that we'll be seeing a few B1 overs here in a row, particularly now with a B1 batter coming in Mark Turnham. So we've got Lyle to Turnham. The field not too pressed in here. And wide delivery to start with from Aaron here on the offside. Aaron coming in, ball number 2. Swept by Mark into a mid-wicket area. Picked up by Matt McCarthy and just lobbed back into the bowling region. Aaron Lyle to Matt Page. Looks to be a dot ball. Matt Page has ended up on his backside here. I think Stefan might have let him know that a stumping was imminent, so what better way to not get stumped than to just sit in the crease. Aaron with that next delivery, and it's a shot over top of cover through the air. Ned Brewermager coming in off the boundary to return that in to Stefan. And again, just a little bit fumbly in the field here. Stefan not taking that one as cleanly as he might have done in game 1. Potentially a bit of fatigue happening here in the Aussie lineup. 2 games in a day under some beautiful conditions whilst I'm sitting here in the shade, but probably the boys starting to feel it a little bit out there in the middle of the ground. Aaron with ball number 4. Matthew Page on strike. And again, in the air. A fantastic cricket shot. He's played it down the ground through to the mid-off region. And it's just rushed over the boundary for a 4. So this English lineup will be really, really happy with how the boys are travelling here at the moment. Hit out through the mid-wicket and misjudged by Oscar out there on the boundary. Put in a bit of a sliding effort, but perhaps just to the wrong side of the ball. And that one's gone for 4 as well. Matt Cameron running over from fine leg to get around Oscar, who is looking straight up into the sun. Never a nice position to be in. And in particular, when you're playing blind cricket, that sun just really plays into effect. Aaron Lyle coming in. Matt Page in the air. Oh, and he's picked out the fielder there at the cover region. Stevie Palmer with a drop catch opportunity there. And he'll be kicking himself after that one. The Aussies really needed that wicket. Matt Page, top scoring in the previous 2 games for England and currently on 43 off 26. Sorry, 44 off 27 after my scoreboard updates. That could have been the wicket, but we move forward. Steve coming into the bowling lineup here as the English team finished that last over 4 for 117 after 12. And not the prediction I had in seeing a B1 come on from this end as well, but Stevie Palmer coming into the attack from the northern end. And the Aussies are going to have to put on a B1 to finish this innings from the other end as well. Aaron Lyles bowled 3, so I'd imagine he'd bowl his 1 more, and then we will probably see Lincoln Muddle take over the end from Aaron Lyle, I would say. Stevie Palmer, left arm bowler. Turnham hit it through to third man area. Picked up by Matt Cameron in the field and returned back to Stefan. Just the 1 run scored, but 2 to the total. Apologies, I stand corrected. Just 1 run added to the score. That was Matt Page for the last ball. Mark Turnham at the crease now. We've had a wide ball from Steve Palmer here. Quite wide on the offside. Just hugging the edge of the wicket. Comes in for his next delivery. And he's hit it straight back at the field. Stevie Palmer with a caught and bowled. Took the pace off that a little bit. And Turnham trying to hit it hard, but top edging it slightly back into the hands of Stevie Palmer, and he would be more than happy with that one. Bit of redemption after that catch that he dropped just a couple of minutes ago. Mark Turnham dismissed just the 2 runs. The Aussies gaining a little bit of momentum here, collecting another one of the English wickets. But the English batting lineup does go quite deep, so I'll keep you posted on who comes in next. I wouldn't be surprised if it's David Howes, who he had a very big monster effort in the game 1 this morning. He was everywhere in the field. He ran a lot in the batting innings as well. Now, Aussies potentially gaining a bit of momentum here, hoping for another quick wicket. Matt Page still at the crease though, 45 off 28. And the English team 5 for 119 in the 13th over. And David Howes joins us at the crease. Steve Palmer bowling from the northern end. A wicket off the last ball, caught and bowled. Can he do it again? That's a ball outside off. It's a nice shot through the covers. Picked up by Stefan Nero. Sorry, not Stefan Nero. Oscar Stubbs back into Stefan Nero. And an easy 1 run scored. Steve Palmer in again, left armour. A little bit of movement in towards the wickets perhaps. And it's hit through cover mid-off region. Collected by Oscar back into Steve. And just an easy one to the Englishman. Steve in again. Again, a little bit of movement in towards the wickets. Let's hit it through the mid-on region. Ned Brewer-Mager coming around and picking that one up. Returning the ball back into the striker's end. And just the one run scored off that ball. Last ball for Stevie Palmer. And he's got a wayward one. Full stretched out Stefaniro behind the stumps. Couldn't stop that one. It's ran all the way down to fine leg. And that will be a wide. Didn't quite see how many they ran. Definitely a couple. So I repeat myself, and this should be the last ball of the over for Steve Palmer. And that was 3 wides that last ball, so that one hurts the Aussies. That one as well. A wide ball on the offside this time. And perhaps I'm jinxing Steve, so I'm just not going to say that this is the last ball. Much better delivery on the stumps here. Hit through square leg. A diving effort from Ryan Honshooten there, but couldn't quite stop the ball. Straight out to Matt McCarthy on the boundary there at square leg. And the English team finishing this over 5 for 127. Aaron Lyle coming in from the southern end. This is his final over. He's none for 38 off 3 at the moment. And Matt Page just hitting it all around the ground. That one through the covers for an easy one. Picked up in the field there by Steve Palmer. That pushes Matt Page through to 47 off 30. So a very good strike rate here from him. Aaron Lyle just getting his mark here at the moment. Got a deep fine leg, deep square leg. And that one's been sliced out to point. Just missing the feet of the fielder there. And return back into the keeper. What could have been a close run-out call there, but the Englishman, David Howes, just getting over the line before Stefan could take the wickets. 2 runs scored off that last ball, bringing England to 130. A stand-up drive, and he's whacked it down to mid-off. It was going on trajectory to mid-on, and it's come off the foot of his other batter, or his runner, Rory Hossel, and deflected down to mid-off. Just the 1 run scored off it in the end. Matt Page at the crease. Currently on 48. That one should be a wide. Yep, a wide on the offside. Matt Page, very smart, just letting it go by. His team will take the one there. Aaron, ball number 4. Hit through the covers. Ned coming in off the boundary to pick that one up. Again, a pretty wayward throw. Stefan unable to stop it there at the keeper's end. Running through to Matt Cameron, who was in a backstop position for the overthrows. Just a 1 run scored off that ball. Stand up through the covers for that shot. Again, Ned Brewer-Mega coming off the boundary. A little bit of miscommunication with the runners there. And David Howe's send back. Just a 1 run scored off it. Probably the right decision from Rory Hossel, who is Matthew Page's runner. 49 off 32. And Matthew Page hit back down towards the bowler. Hasn't quite made the length of the pitch, and that brings up Matthew Page's 50. And a very fine 50 at that off 33 balls. The English team will be more than happy to see him getting some runs and steadying the ship here after those couple of wickets through the middle. Quick drink being delivered out here to the English batters. And looks like Lincoln Muddle is going to come on for a bowl down here at the northern end. 3 wickets in the first game this morning, Lincoln Muddle. As I said then, very new to blind cricket. Only the last year or so. Played his national competition in January of this year for New South Wales and caught the eye of the selectors, and here he is in the Australian team. Picked up a wicket on Sunday, Lincoln, and 3 this morning, so couldn't ask for a better start in his Aussie campaign as he sets himself up here against the stumps. Batters just having a chat at the other end. Rory Hossel pointing out all of the gaps to Matthew Page. And fielders have pressed back onto the boundary, covering all bases here at the moment. Lincoln coming in first delivery. It's in line with the stumps. It's a great ball, but it's been smashed out into the deep at mid-wicket. Fielded very well by Matt McCarthy on the boundary. A bit of a rolling save there. And returned back in from the boundary by Ned. 2 runs scored off that one. That's a good start from Lincoln. That second delivery, Matt Page has done a bit of a forward dive onto his stomach to hit that one through the point area. And it might have been a wide if he had left it, but he's jumped forward onto his stomach and thrown the bat at it. They've got 1 off it regardless, so potentially a bit of wasted energy there for that shot to just be 1. Lincoln receiving the call from Stefan at the other end. Sending it down. It's down the leg side a little bit, and we've had a stand-up shot through backwards square. Just going under Matt McCarthy as the fielding going for a dive. And that one's rushed away for 4 runs. Bringing the English to 142 during this 15th over. And I can imagine that Lincoln would be a little bit hard on himself here. Country boy from northern New South Wales. Sure, he has pretty high expectations of himself, so he'd be wanting to rein this one back in, and a dot would be amazing. That one's outside off. It's a stand-up drive, and Lincoln, it's been hit straight back at him for a very genuine chance at what could have been a catch from a B1 bowler. It's hit him in the chest, and he's thrown his hands out, and it's just slipped through his fingers. And that would have been the first of its kind that I've ever seen, a catch from a B1 caught and bowled. Incredibly unlucky there from Lincoln, but a very, very good effort. You could sense the excitement there from the boys in the field. Still a dot ball. Lincoln in for his 5th delivery. Stand-up drive through the mid-wicket region. Ned coming in off the boundary. Sending it back down to the keeper's end. It's hit the runner in the shoe. And a safe 2 runs scored there from the Englishman. Lincoln lining up for the last delivery of this over. And it's in line with the stumps. A great straight drive, but fantastic diving field here from Stevie Palmer, who's rushed around from mid-off behind the bowler, put in a diving effort and saved the ball from going anything more than 1 run off the bat. The English finished their 15th over, 5 for 145, surpassing the score from their T20 this morning. So another 5 overs in the shed here, and the English looking very good. Matt Page, 53 off 35. David Howes, 13 off 9. Still a pretty tidy over there from Lincoln, despite the 1 boundary, none for 10. And it looks like Ryan Honshooten is coming on from a bowl from the southern end. First time that Ryan will be bowling in this Ashes series. Receiving the call here from Stefan, the keeper. Ryan sends the first ball down. We're going to have a wide on the offside for that one. Ryan's got a little bit of a skip in his step as he lets go of the ball, trying to push the momentum down the wicket. And we'll have a repeat of that first ball, wide on the offside. Rory Hossel collecting the ball there off Stefan Nero, showing great sportsmanship, returning the ball back to Ryan. And Ryan coming in again, this time down the leg side. A little bit of overcorrection. That one's gone for a wide as well. Aussie boys getting around Ryan here. Stevie Palmer coming in to give Ryan a little bit of encouragement at the crease. Ryan going again. A wide on the offside this time. Plenty of experience, Ryan. Played many games of cricket here in the Aussie setup and over in WA. Comes in for the next delivery. And that one's going to be a wide on the offside. Ryan just needs to bring it in towards those stumps just a little bit here. David Howes being smart and just letting it run by for a wide instead of chasing it. That one's on the pitch, and stand-up drive over the covers. That's a fantastic cricket shot. 4 runs to David Howes. The English team very happy with that. A good cheer from the dugout. Bringing the English total up to 154. Just the one legal delivery in this over so far. And batter's not quite ready here. Wiping a bit of sweat off his forehead. So we'll have a dead ball. He stepped away from the crease to just take a moment. David Howes ready to go now. And what would have been a wide down the leg side, he's played at it. And it's come down this way for a 4. Matt Cameron couldn't see the ball off the bat there. Mind you, was still 20 or so metres to the left of where the ball hit over the boundary. You can just start to see the body language of the Aussies drop here a little bit as the English team push into 158 with that 4. So they'd be hoping for a wicket now, the Aussies. David Howes, 21 off 11, so 200% basically. As Ryan comes down, we've got another wide on the offside here. Stevie Palmer coming back in. A few more words of encouragement here for Ryan Honshooten. Just giving him assistance to line up his shoulder. As we have the next delivery coming down. And it's a stand-up. It's a mishit bit of a drive that's ended up at forward of point. Stefan Nero running out as the keeper to chase that one himself. And returning it back down to the bowler's end. Just the 1 run scored off that ball. But it does bring dominant Matt Page back onto the crease. He's currently 53 off 35. And I'm not quite sure what's happening here, but Rory Hossel just having a word to the umpires. Can't quite tell what they're convening about, but he's now returning back down into his running position. $15 from the over so far. We're halfway through it. So Ryan comes in. Nice straight delivery there. Hit through mid-wicket. Aaron Lyle stretches out. Doesn't quite reach the ball though. And it's collected out of the boundary. And returned back in with a direct hit, but not a run out by Matt McCarthy. Just 2 runs scored off that one. That one heading down towards leg side. Swept out to square leg. Bit fumbly by Oscar Stubbs out there on the boundary before returning it back into the keeper. Just allowing the English to come back to that second run quite comfortably. Ryan just getting a bit of guidance down there from Stevie Palmer, lining him up for the bowling. And that one swept to backward square. Matt Cameron coming round to field the ball and returned quickly back into Stefan, the keeper. Just a 1 run scored off that ball, and that should be the over. It is the over. The English finish 5 for 165 after 16. That over hurts a little bit, 20 from it. Adding to the English total quite significantly. Ryan would be unimpressed with that over, but back out into the field and giving his best effort here. Lincoln Muddle back in from the northern end. Lincoln with a tidy first delivery, swept through mid-wicket. Picked up by Matt McCarthy out on the boundary and returned back into the crease. Just the 1 run scored. Delivery outside off, and it's resulted in a dot ball. Page tried to play Howe tried to play a bit of a stand-up reverse drive, which would have ended up at third man, but a swing and a miss and a dot ball for the Aussies. Lincoln coming in again. Similar position, but driven back down the ground. Lincoln's put in a diving effort. Hasn't quite got a fingertip to it, but safely picked up by Stevie Palmer down the ground. And just the 1 run scored. Lincoln in again. A little bit of movement in that ball. Hit up into the air. It hasn't gone any more than, say, 5 metres from the pitch. Stefan Nero in with a little sliding dive to stop the ball. A 1 run scored from the English. Very smart running here. Taking every run they can get here towards the end of the innings, knowing that the Aussies are showing a little bit of fatigue and having to chase this down. Lincoln coming in again. Stand-up drive down the ground. This time to mid-on. Ned coming around off the boundary to collect it. And throwing down to the striker's end. 2 runs off that ball. Lincoln coming in, 6th delivery. This one's going to be a wide down the leg side, and he'll be frustrated with that one after a pretty tidy over here. And David Howe's on strike, 25 off 15, so a very good strike rate here from him as he's played a drive down to fine leg. Brad Brider coming in off the boundary. Just the 1 run off that last delivery of the over. Lincoln finishes his spell, none for 17 after 2. And the English 5 for 172 after 17. Matthew Page 60 off 40. David Howes 25 off 15. The Englishmen just receiving a quick drink here. Brad Brider into the attack from the southern end. And a big swing and a miss there from David Howes. Great start from Brad. Aussie boys getting around him. Coming in, second delivery. This one travelling down the leg side a little bit, but Howe's stepped across and played a drive out through the covers. Picked up on the boundary by Ned. Just the 2 runs scored there for a shot that looked like it was going to race to the boundary early on. Aussie boy still in it here. Just looking to break this partnership. Brad, next delivery, and he's sliced it through to backward point. Picked up by Matt McCarthy. Just the 1 run scored. Brad Brider in for delivery number 4. Matt Page down in a very low crouch stance. That one's going to be a wide down the leg side. Page did try to chase it. Brad coming in, next delivery. Similar spot, this time bat onto it. And Matt Cameron can't find the ball. He's come to the right, ball's to the left. He's picked it up now after a few words. And he's returned the ball back into the keeper. 3 runs scored off that one, some good running. Unfortunately, Matt Cameron couldn't see that one off the bat and overcorrected to the right. I'd say that sun's giving him and Oscar a little bit of grief out there onto the offside. Sorry, the onside. As Brad Brider comes back in, next delivery. Travelling down the leg side. I think that David Howes might have swung but potentially kicked that one a little bit as it ricochets off Stefan Nero's foot, but a dot ball. Brad, another delivery, stand-up drive down the ground. Brad's got to chase it himself out to mid-off. Steve Palmer coming in, taking the bowling stumps. 2 runs scored off that last ball. Bringing the English to 5 for 181 after 18, and we enter the last 2 overs. Lincoln Muddle coming in from the northern end again. Matthew Page just getting the gaps pointed out, identifying a few people in the field as Lincoln lines himself up. And that one's swept out through mid-wicket. Ned Bruemega picks it up and returns it back into Stefan. A diving effort from Rory Hossel, but probably a bit unnecessary in hindsight, with that run being safe in the end. This is Lincoln's 3rd over. 2 from that first ball. He's none for 19 off that 2.1. That one's outside off, and that's a great shot through the covers. Picked up by Oscar. Just the 1 run scored. Umpire just giving Lincoln a little bit of assistance there to get back to the stumps. as David Howes faces up Lincoln Muddle coming in for his third ball. Outside off, stand-up drive in the air, over top of the covers. It's not quite going to make the boundary. Oscar Stubbs picking it up and returning it back to the bowler's end. 2 runs scored off that ball, bringing the English up to 186. One and a half overs remaining in the English batting innings. They'd be eyeing off the 200 here. As Lincoln comes in slightly down leg that ball. That should rush away for 4. It's going to be a big fielding effort, and it has gone for 4. Just backwards of square with both mid-wicket and fine leg having to run to chase after that one. Neither successful, and the ball travelling over for 4. Bringing that English team score up to 190. 200 well within their reach, and the English team would be very happy with a defending score of 200. Ashes series up in air at the moment with this game. If the Aussies win, they bring home the Ashes. The English will be doing everything they can in their fielding innings to restrict the Aussies' runs and make this a tournament that takes us through to Tuesday, with 2 more T20s scheduled for Tuesday. Lincoln coming in outside off, stand-up drive through the covers. Just picked out Oscar Stubbs at that 3/4 boundary, and just the 1 run scored. Lincoln coming in, last delivery, and the ball's been hit back towards him. Steffens rushed out from behind the stumps to pick it up, and a dot ball to finish the over from Lincoln. The English finish the 19th over at 5 for 191. Quick drink being ran out to the English boys here, and I'm sure the runners have got a message to hit that double ton here in the last over. Matt McCarthy looks like he's going to bowl the last over here from the southern end. Leading from the front, captain Matt McCarthy, Queensland local, probably very used to the weather that we've had today and over the last week. David Howes on strike to start this last over. We've got a deep fine leg, a deep forward square leg, a deep backwards point, and a deep forward point by the looks of this. That first ball's gone down leg a little bit. I think it's going to be by as it's bounced off Steffens' foot. Ran down towards the third man area. Might have even been called a wide, that one. Yes, it was a wide ball with an extra run in there. So Macca would not be happy with that from a start for him. Wouldn't be surprised if he rips this one down, as he does, in line with the middle stump, and it's a good ball. Hit out through the covers. Matt McCarthy's had to go get it himself. Return back in, and a missed throw. Stefan unable to stop that one. Ran through to Matt Cameron. No additional runs scored on that overthrow, but just the one off it. The Aussies really feeling the pressure here at the moment. English team about to crack the double ton. Matt McCarthy comes in again. And it's been hit backwards of point. Brad Brighter all over it. And David Howes sent back looking for the second run. Just the 1 run scored off that ball, bringing Matt Page to the crease, who's currently 67 off 45, so he's had a very good innings so far. Another good ball from Macca. There's a shout for LBW. Definitely from this angle it's going down leg, and I think the umpire agrees from here. Still a dot ball. Aussies will take it. Matt Page facing up again. Matt McCarthy. Battle of the Mats. It's going down leg. He's got a little bit of bat on it by the looks of that. Running down towards Matt Cameron. They've turned for the second run. Could be close here. It's a dive, not out. Run out chance, but not successful here from the Aussies. Just the 2 scored off that one. English team 5 for 197. 2 balls remaining. Outside off. Sliced out to backward point. Brad Brider. Quickly returning the ball back into Stefan. That's good fielding from Brad. Just the 1 run scored. English team pushed through to 198. Last ball of the innings, and it's a big swing and a miss. They'll take the run anyway with a successful run out from Stefan Nero. And the English team unable to crack that double ton, finishing the innings 6 for 198. An impressive 53 runs more than their, or 54 runs more than their last innings. So the English team will be very happy with that, and that's very defendable, that score. The Aussies potentially a little bit disappointed with that fielding innings. A little bit fumbly. A few too many extras compared to what they're used to. But they'll come out raring to go in this batting innings, ready to chase down 198. We'll take a quick break in the commentary, and we'll be back for the second innings. All right, we're back. Second innings of the match. T20 here at Broadbeach. Beautiful day for it. Aussies got up in the game this morning. They now need 199 to win this second match. The English team have certainly not rolled over and made it easy for the Aussies. Stefan Nero and Brad Brider opening the batting again. Oscar Stubbs the runner for Brad Brider. Andy Powers going to be opening the bowling from the southern end. And there was a change in the English lineup for this game compared to the first game. So we've had a change for the keeper. Ball number 1. Just outside the leg stump. And a swing and a miss. Potentially off the shoe there of Stefan, I think. Into a short mid-wicket collected by Andy Powers. Dot ball. So Nathan Jameson, who took a couple of catches in the first innings, is the keeper for this second game. Very similar ball again, just slightly travelling down the leg side. Stefan unable to get anything on it. Or maybe potentially just a little nudge on it. Wasn't called a wide, but picked up by the keeper. So 2 dot balls to start this English bowling innings. Andy in again. It's in the air through mid-wicket. Just through the hands, or over the top of the hands of captain Ed Hossel. I wouldn't quite call that a drop catch opportunity, but it has travelled out towards the boundary. It hasn't gone over the boundary, just the 2 runs scored. Stefan Nero still on strike. Andy Powers coming in. Hit through square leg. And David Howes out there, very safe hands, back into Jameson. Just the 1 run scored off that ball, bringing Brad Brider to the crease for the first time in this innings. Now Brad and Stefan will be looking to stay out here for quite some time, but this Aussie lineup is very deep in the batting space. Had a swing and a miss there on the offside. Just hugging that wide line, Andy Powers. Brad hitting over the top of the ball. So 3 dots in this over so far. 3 runs from it. So Andy comes in for his 6th delivery. Brad's got a little bit onto that. Running it down to fine leg. Picked out Matt Page in the field. Good return back into the keeper. 1 run scored off that ball. Just 4 from the first over. The Aussies will be happy to just let themselves come in, take the time, see what's going on with the ball, see what tactics the English team throw at them for this innings. But both Brad and Stefan, off successful batting in the first game this morning, will be looking to have a repeat of that again. An additional 50-odd runs to chase in this innings, though, compared to game 1 this morning. Now, Justin Hollingsworth coming in from the northern end. He didn't play this morning's game. Subbed out Luke Sugg for this second game today. Brad Brider on strike at the southern end. Deep fine leg, deep square leg with 2 men on the boundary. And first ball's outside off, hit through mid-on. Chased down by David Howes, the fielder. And a very easy 2 scored to the Aussies. Interesting run up here, this one from Justin Hollingsworth. Just off a couple of steps. Gets those arms up really tall. That delivery outside off. Hit out through the covers and chased down by Ed, captain of the English team. Another 2 runs scored to the Aussies. Delivery number 3. Bit more bouncy, heading down leg side. And swept down. Fine leg fielders overran it. Don't think he saw that one. It has gone through for a 4. Brad Byder on the board with the first boundary for the Aussie innings. A good cheer coming from the Aussie dogout. And the fielder down there at fine leg, I'm not sure he quite saw that one off the bat. Overran it and then had to run back to his right, put in a diving effort. Next ball here, swept forward of square. Mid-wicket, David Howe come round to collect that one. Just the 1 run scored off that ball. Fielder out there at deep square leg, just asking Brad Byder to jump on the other side of square leg umpire. And got a wide ball for that next delivery. Stefan not chasing it out on the offside. Next delivery outside off, sliced out to backward point. And picked up by Ahmed out there at backward point. Next delivery outside off, hit back down the ground by Brad Byder. Being chased by Mohammed Khatri, who's jumped on top of the ball. 2 runs scored off that one. And that's the end of the over. Aussies, none for 17 off 2. Andy Powers, and a big reverse sweep in the air. That's a 4 runs out at backward point to Stefan Nero with a reverse sweep. From where I'm sitting, I'd say that was pretty close to a 6 as well. Almost clearing that boundary line. We know Stefan can clear the boundary line. He's done it plenty of times before. That's the batting we've seen from Stefan, and he's going to be required in this innings to chase down that 199. Next delivery, wide outside on the offside. Andy Powers, next delivery, Stefan very early changed into the reverse sweeps position. And another 4 runs in the exact same spot as before, this time along the ground, bringing the Aussies total up. The English might make a little change in the field here. Fielder staying out at backwards point. Nope, he's moved around into forward point on the boundary. So we've got a deep backwards square and deep forward point for Stefan Nero. The Aussies none for 26. Good delivery on the stumps. Hit through mid-wicket by Stefan Nero. This one should travel the way for 4 as well. Good effort in the field here, Ed. And he saved the boundary. Fantastic fielding there from Ed Hossel, the captain. Saves the 4. Good sliding effort. Just 2 scored from that one in the end. Powers. Stefan tries a reverse sweep. He's almost chopped it onto his stumps. That ball was well outside leg. Probably a bit of a risky preempted shot there from Stefan to go with the reverse sweep. Picked up by Jamison, the keeper for this innings. Powers, next delivery, swept through the mid-wicket, forward square region. David Howes comes around, sends it back down to the non-striker's end, but Oscar is safe before Andy Powers can get the ball. Two runs scored off that last delivery. And another big reverse sweep through the backward point region. That one's gone for 4. Stefan Nero really enjoying that shot this afternoon. 3 in the space of an over. And the adjustment in the field wasn't enough to save it. He could just move around slightly more backwards of point. That brings Stefan up to 20 off 11. Brad Brider, 12 off 7. The Aussies none for 34 after 3. Expensive over, that one from Powers. 17 from it. Hollingsworth looking to come on again from the northern end. Brad Brider on strike. Hollingsworth just having a quick chat to Ed Hossel. Wondering how to break through this partnership. Oscar having a quick word to Brad there, pointing out the gaps in the field. That was his first delivery of the over. Swept through the mid-wicket region. Fielders dive just at the right time. David Howes. And retrieve from Mohammed Khatri. Just the 1 run scored off that ball. Hollingsworth comes in again. This time down the ground from Stefan. The ball's not going to go for 4. Held up in the grass here. Thrown back into the non-striker's end. 2 runs scored. Hollingsworth, next ball. Stefan in the air, big sweep over mid-wicket. And rushes over the boundary for a 4. The exact same spot at the opposite end of the wicket from where he's been hitting those backward point shots. Spot of the day for his 4 runs. Despite the chasing effort from David Howes, unable to save the 4 runs from Stefan. Hollingsworth in for another wicket. Sorry, another ball. A shout for a wicket in LBW, but the ball travelling down leg. This one in the air. And 1 bounce over the boundary rope down here at long on from Stefan. Very good shot from Stefan. Using the wind to his advantage. Just a slight breeze heading in that direction of the field. Stefan really capitalising here. Slightly slower bowler from this end of the ground. Couple of changes being made here in the English field. Hollingsworth. Stefan for the reverse sweep. Backward point. Straight into the fielder's hands. Well picked up. Just a 1 run scored. And that's the end of the over. After 4, the Aussies are none for 46. Okay, Rory Hossel coming on from the southern end. Change in the keeper. Andy Powers jumps in behind the stumps. Stefan dances down the wicket a little bit. Swing and a miss for that one. Might even be called a wide, I think. It was called a wide. Rory Hossel's first ball. Rory's done plenty of running in the first innings. Stefan with the reverse sweep again. Forward of point this time and rushing over the boundary line for 4. Looking very comfortable out there, Stefan Nero. That takes him to 35 of 17. Strike rate of 200 at that. Brad Brighter haven't faced quite as many balls. 13 off 8. But when you've got Stefan going at 200 at the other end, you play your role and you get him on strike. Just as Brad did in the first innings, in the first game this morning. Rory comes in again, this time a little bit down leg. Swept into the mid-wicket region and chased down just for the single there to Stefan Nero. Swept backwards of square there from Brad Brighter. Picked up by David Howes on the boundary line. Just a 1 run scored. Seems that everywhere the Aussies hit it, David Howes is nearby. Very dominant in the field for this English team. Next ball, heading down leg side, swept backwards square. And it was a good effort on the field on the boundary here from David Howes. Certainly from where I'm sitting, it should probably be called a 4, but I'm not sure if David Howes could quite see the ball either, so... Yeah. Umpire's just getting some confirmation here. David Howes, not quite sure if he was touching the rope and the ball at the same time. So I think that's going to remain just a 2. Next delivery in the air in mid-wicket. Has picked out a fielder. Nathan Jameson, who did take a couple of catches in the first game. Couldn't quite see that one. Did go straight up into the sun. I would think the English team would probably think that's a drop catch opportunity. Just a 1 run scored from it. Hossel in for his next ball. Brad Brighter swipes it out into mid-wicket region. David Howes again picks up the ball. Very comfortable 2 runs scored here by the Aussies. And they'll finish the 5th over at none for 58. just having a break in play here at the moment. David Howe's getting some medical attention. I think this last dive out here on the boundary in front of the commentary box, potentially a little bit of damage to the elbow as he slid over the rope. So medical team just having a quick look, allowing the Aussies to have some drinks ran out to them and no doubt a few words of encouragement from the coaching staff. If you're just joining us, there's a break in the play at the moment. David Howe's just getting his elbow attended to after a diving effort on the boundary here a moment ago. Potentially a little bit of rope burn or something going on, I'd say. Can't be too far off. The English team starting to disperse back around the ground into their fielding positions after a quick drink. Stefan Nero, 39 off 20 at the moment, and Brad Bryder, 16 off 10. The Aussies none for 58 after 5. So going just shy of 12s here at the moment. Needing 10s to get us to that score of 199 within the 20 overs. So the boys are well on track here at the moment, but these two will be looking to get it done as much as they can on their own. But I'm sure they're well aware that the Aussie batting lineup goes all the way through. Umpires just having a little chat to the medical staff while David Howes is getting strapped up there. So play will resume very shortly. Okay, we're back with play. Captain Edward Hossel has brought himself on from the northern end. Looking to get that breakthrough wicket here. The ball outside off. Sent down to the mid-on region and chased down by Mohammed Khatri. 2 runs scored to Stefan. That one down leg this time. Stefan asking the question, why is it not a wide? But the umpire has since changed his mind and that one will be a wide. Next delivery sent down to mid-off Two B1s chasing after it here. Retrieved by Mohammed Khatri back into Edward Hossel. 3 runs scored off that wall. Nope, 2 runs scored, sorry. Stefan plays it down the ground. Mid-on this time. Mohammed Khatri chasing after it. Fielder coming around. Jamison off the field. Follows around the boundary and collects the ball. Returns it back to the bowler's end. Great running from the Aussies here. 3 runs scored off that ball. Hossel coming in again. This one a little bit down leg. It's in the air. Should nearly be, almost 6 big ones. Nathan Jamieson throws out a hand right at the right time, and it's hit him in the forearm to stop the ball dead in its tracks from going over the rope on the full. I wouldn't call it a catching opportunity, but he certainly saved 6 runs. The Aussies only got 2 off that one. Fantastic effort out there in the field. Nathan Jamieson. 2 catches in the first game this morning, and dominant so far in this innings as the ball gets sent out his way again. Howe on the boundary, unable to quite stop that one, and we have another 4 runs to Stefan Nero. Now that should bring up Stefan's 50 if I'm correct. We'll just wait for my scoreboard here to update. Yes, that's Stefan's 50. 50 off 25, so another good innings from Stefan as the Aussies bring up their 70 runs. Again, a big shot from Stefan. Backwards of square this time. Fielded by David Howes, and a very easy 2 to the Aussies. That's the end of the over. Very good over there from the Aussie boys. 15 from it from Ed Hossel, the captain of England. Australia none for 73 after 6. Change in the bowling here. Mohammed Khatri coming on from the southern end. And just a very short break in play. It looks like Stefan might have even swapped his bat over. Actually, I think Brad might be swapping his bat over. Oscar has ran off to grab another bat for Brad Brider. Not sure whether a little break in the previous bat or what the go might be, but he's pulled out another one from the bag. So, end of the power play. Field starts to press out a little bit here, so we've got a deep fine leg, a deep backward square, a deep mid-wicket, a deep forward point, and a deep third man. So, all bases covered here by the English team. Mohammed Khatri receiving the call from Andy Powers, the bowler. Ready to go here. A little bit of a false start on that first one as he comes in again. Brad Brider plays a reverse sweep. It's come down to the fielder at third man, which is Justin Hollingsworth. Just a 1 run scored off that one. Not too sure if the Aussie boys could see whether the fielder had collected the ball or not, but nonetheless 1 run scored. Mohamed Khatri coming in again. Down the leg side this time, it's going to be called a wide. Mohamed Khatri lining up for his third delivery. Apologies, second delivery after that wide. Stefan in the air, over the covers. Is it going to run over the boundary line? No, not quite. Fielders come around from the cover region and return the ball back in. Just the 2 runs scored off this one. Stefan really looking for that boundary here. Wanting the Aussies to get over the line, win the Ashes. Victory in this game will do just that. Mohamed Khatri lining up again to bowl. Outside off, stand-up drive through the covers from Nero. And this one looks like it might make the boundary line. A diving effort from David Howes in the field, but that one has crossed the boundary line. Another 4 runs to Stefan Nero. That takes his total up to 58. Aussie boys looking good here. Those nerves we saw in the fielding innings potentially fading out a little bit. 2 very confident, experienced batters here for Australia. And 2 very good runners here working together. None for 81. In the 7th at the moment, these Aussies. Mohamed Khatri. Reverse sweep, this time peeking out the gap, and again 4 runs to Stefan Nero. David Howes, a very dominant fielder out that side. Not quite able. Apologies, that's actually Rory Hossel out that side. Not quite able to get there in time. Stefan making the fielders move around a little bit and then picking the gaps even more. So it's really Stefan's game at the moment. Khatri, next delivery, a wide, outside off on this time. Mohamed Khatri, 4 legal deliveries so far. Another one now. Stefan hits it over the covers. Rory Hossel able to come round and collect that one. Stefan sending Oscar back for the second run. Great awareness there from Stefan. Just a 1 run scored, bringing Brad Brighter back on strike. $14 from the over so far. 1 legal delivery to come. And that one's going down leg side. Brad's going to play at it and hit it straight to the fielder at fine leg. They're just going to take 1 run from it. Good fielding here from Matthew Page. Down on the fine leg boundary. And that's the end of the over. The Aussies finish none for 88 after 7. Good over that one. 15 from it. Stefan, 63 off 29. Brad Brighter, 19 off 13. Changing the bowling from the northern end, Mark Turnham. B1 overs coming into the English lineup now. a good start. Outside off. Driven down the ground by Brad Brider. Sam Hoskin able to collect the ball here at mid-off, sorry. 2 runs scored off that ball. Mark, another ball in the air, just past the B1 here of Sam Hoskin at mid-off. David Howes collecting the ball, returning back to the bowler's end. Another 2 runs scored there from the Aussies. The English team really looking for a breakthrough wicket here. None for 92 from the Australians so far. Turnham into bowl, 3rd delivery. Outside off, reverse sweep from Brad. It's going very slowly down towards the 3rd man fielder there. Aussie's able to get a single. Turnham lining up again. Very low crouch down position to bowl. Stefan sweeps him out through mid-wicket. Might have picked the gap here and he's hit a 4. Rory Hossel with great fielding effort has dived over the ball. And that one's a 4 just forward of square leg. The English team still in high spirits here. Plenty of encouragement round the ground. The Aussies move to 97. Stefan on 67. Turnham, 5th delivery. A reverse sweep from Stefan Nero down towards 3rd man, who couldn't quite see it off the bat, and he's overrun the ball, allowing the Aussies to come through for a comfortable 2. The English starting to spread out on the field here. Stefan making it difficult to save any runs, picking all the gaps possible. And making the fielders move a little bit and then picking the new gaps. Last delivery here from Turnham. Swept through the mid-wicket region. Picked up by Nathan Jamieson. Sent back to the bowler's end where Mark Turnham's outstretched and saved the ball there with his body. 2 runs scored. The Aussies bring up their 100. There are none for 101 after 8. Stefan brings up his 70, 71 off 32. Brad Brider, 24 off 16. 13 from that over, very helpful for the Aussies. Mohammad Khatri back in from the southern end. Starting that over with a pretty significant wide down the leg side. In true keeper fashion, perhaps Andy Powers has put a little bit of mayo on the roll there, down leg side. But the Aussies will take the wide. Muhammad coming in again. Straight delivery this one. Brad Bryder knocks it straight back down the ground. There's a fielder there. And the Aussie boys come through for a quick single. Pretty sure that's Nathan Jamieson with brilliant fielding, as he has all day. Few movements happening here in the field from the English team, as the sun just goes behind the clouds and it's a little bit of a cool breeze across the Broadbeach Oval. Catry lining up again. Outside off this time. Stefan with a reverse. Quite fine down towards third man. And Justin Hollingsworth picked it up and ripped it back into the keeper. 2 runs scored off that ball. Stefan looking good here. Moves to 73 off 33. Next delivery, stand-up drive back down the ground from Stefan. Ed Hossel, English captain, chasing it down on the boundary. Lovely little slide there to save the boundary. And an easy 2 to the Aussies. Running well together, these two. Stefan, Oscar Stubbs, both New South Wales players, both very dominant in our national competition, which will be held up here in Brisbane in January of 2025, where all of the states battle it out. New South Wales on a good winning streak of 5 in a row at the moment. Next delivery from Muhammad Catry. That one's a wide down the leg side. Stefan just lets that one go by. He'll take the one. Couple of fielding changes here in the English lineup. A few fielding placement swaps, should I say. Hollingsworth and Rory Hossel swapping on the boundary. Some really good fielding on the boundary here from the English team so far. Nonetheless, Stefan Nero finding the gaps and hitting the boundary. As he hits that one through mid-wicket, fielders dropped down onto his stomach and made a brilliant save there, only allowing the Aussies to come through for 1. I think that's Ahmed standing in there at mid-wicket. B1 fielder for the English team. Brad Bryder back on strike, currently 25 off 17. He's tried to play a reverse sweep there, but just top-edged it. Unfortunately unable to get the ball away from the edge of the pitch and retrieve from the keeper, so that's a dot ball to the English. Next ball from Muhammad Catry. It's in line with the stumps. Brad's driven it back down the ground, and he's found the hands of Nathan Jamieson again this game. Safe as houses, Nathan Jamieson. 3rd catch of the day. Straight behind the bowler, that one. Quick movement from Nathan Jamieson allowed him to get into place to take that catch. And Brad will be very disappointed with that one. Still a good innings from Brad, 25 off 18. Played a supporting role to Stefan Nero, allowing him to be on 76 off 35. And the Aussies lose their first wicket, 1 for 109 after 9. And looks like we're going to take drinks here. And over early, but at the fall of the wicket, as the coaching staff come out onto the ground and have a word with their respective teams. The Aussies 1 for 109 after 9. If you're just joining us, it's drinks here after 9 overs, second T20 of the day. The Aussies just losing their first wicket of the innings, 1 for 109 after 9, chasing 199. So 90 to win here for the Aussies, 11 overs to go. Brad Brighter with a dismissal just then, caught from Nathan Jamieson for the second time today. Dismissed for 25 off 18. And that brings Aaron Lyle to the crease. Unfortunately run out in the first game this morning. Looking for a bit of redemption here, I'm sure. Stefan Nero with a really dominant performance at the moment, 76 off 35. Mohammad Khatri taking that last wicket. Some really good fielding here in the English lineup. Stefan Nero still able to pick the gaps though, finding the boundary left, right and centre. Just coming back from the drinks break here. English captain Ed Hossel sending his players around the ground. And runners, Oscar Stubbs will stay out and continue to run. He'll take over for Aaron Lyle. Him and Stefan running really well together so far. No point in breaking up that partnership. Oscar's done plenty of running. No runs on the board for his name at the moment, but certainly for his team. Plays a really dominant role in this team as a runner. And when he gets the opportunity to bat, can certainly do that as well. Also coming in as a handy bowler when required, often able to pick up a wicket or two here and there. So Mark Turnham coming in to bowl his second over from the northern end. Stefan Nero on strike, and that first ball is going to be a wide on the offside. Next delivery. Hit down the ground. Sam Hoskins just jumped over the top of it as it comes through the mid-off region. David Howes running around to collect the ball. And 2 runs off that one. The Aussies move to 1-1-12. Mark Turnham just using the stumps to line himself up here. Stefan Nero on strike. He's played a sweep through mid-wicket. Nathan Jamieson having to run around on the boundary line to collect that one. A very safe 2 runs by the Aussies. Stefan moves up to 80 off just 37 deliveries. Aaron Lyle yet to face a ball since coming in. Reverse sweep through forward point. And again, David Howes. He's everywhere, this man. Picks it up, returns it back into the keeper. Just the 1 run scored off that ball. Bringing Aaron Lyle on strike for his first delivery of this innings. Oscar doing his duty here as Aaron's runner, getting him set up at the crease and also explaining the gaps in the field as the English team press in every fielder within the ring here at the moment. So B1 to B1, Turnham to Lyle. And that one should be a wide. It is on the offside. Next delivery. Much better delivery at that. Lyle plays a bit of a reverse sweep. Can't quite get enough onto it. He's just nudged it into a point area. And the keeper has come around to collect it. Dot ball for that one. Two more legal deliveries here required from Turnham. And that's going to be one of them. Little sweep shot from Lyle into the mid-wicket area. It's going to be a dot ball. The boys thought about a quick run and then thought better of it, and the ball was in Ed Hossel's hands, captain of England. Can afford a couple of dots here, but I'm sure that Stefan and Oscar in particular don't want to see too many in a row. Don't want to break that momentum here with these two. One more ball to come from this over. And it's a nice ball. Swiped out into the cover area. And the boys take a quick single, which certainly would have been a run out if that was a direct hit. Perhaps a little bit of miscommunication from Stefan and Oscar there. But Oscar makes his way past the wickets for a safe run. That's the end of the over. The Aussies are 1 for 118 after 10. Stefan Nero, 81 off 38. Aaron Lyle, 2 off 3. Aaron Lyle on strike at the northern end. And it looks like a change in the bowler at the southern end. Moshfiq Ahmed coming back in, bowled quite well in the first game. We are going to start this over with a wide on the offside though. Little word of encouragement from Captain Ed. As Ahmed lines up again. Aaron Lyle was swinging a miss on that one. And that's a really good dot ball from Moshfiq Ahmed. Oscar coming in and giving Aaron a little bit of assistance in his lineup here. Aaron looking to get bat on ball here for this next delivery. And it's a good ball. Maybe travelling slightly down leg. Aaron unable to get onto it. And another dot ball here to the English team. Great start from Ahmed. Oscar and Stefan will be looking for a quick single here. Trying to get Stefan back on strike. Next delivery. Aaron's down. And another dot ball here. Just can't quite get his timing, Aaron. Oh, I think it actually might be a wicket. It is. A very quiet shout there from the bowler for LBW, and umpire Karen has given it out. So Aaron Lyle dismissed 2 off 6. And the English team happy with that. The Aussies 2 for 119 in the 11th over. And that brings Steve Palmer to the crease for the Aussies. 100 in the first ODI last Sunday. Over 1,000 runs scored for his Australian career. Brought it up in this series. And came on for a little tidy not out in the game this morning. Bats very well with Stefan. Again, another New South Wales colleague of Stefan's. So these two will be looking to put on a few together. Stephen Palmer, left-handed batter. So the English team start to spread out a little bit here. They know that these two can bat all around the ground, so they're trying to cover all of the bases. Ahmed, still got 4 deliveries to go in this over. Apologies, maybe 3 balls to go in this over. Not quite updated on the My Cricket here. Play cricket. Ahmed coming in for his next delivery. That one's going to be a wide on the offside. Palmer not interested in playing at all. A little bit too wide to bother chasing. Ahmed in again. Palmer, big smash out to mid-wicket. Picked up by Rory Hossel. Just the 1 run. Certainly looked for the second run. And Stefan said, nope, go back, I want this one. Good fielding out on the boundary there from Rory Hossel. And a left-right combination at the batting crease. Always pain in the neck if you're a fielder. And it's wide out on the offside. Stefan's had a swipe at it. He's hit it down the ground to mid-off. And just the 1 run scored there. So the English team will be very happy with that. Considering Stefan's hitting it all over the place and getting at least 2s here at the moment. The 1 will come as a very healthy surprise to the English team. One legal delivery remaining in this over. Stephen Palmer on strike, left-hander. He's gone for the reverse sweep. He's got onto it very nicely and picked the gap here at backwards point. And David Howes unable to quite put a dive and stop into that one, and it's over the boundary. Stephen Palmer moves straight up to 5. It's a brilliant shot as the Aussies go up to 126. We've got Goldie walking past here, giving us a wave, doing his duties of the nervous laps around the oval. Local Queenslander Chris Gould looking to make his debut for the Aussies this Ashes series. A few washouts in the series is not helpful for anyone, particularly those that are awaiting their debut game. Now it looks like Justin Hollingsworth's going to come back into the attack here from the northern end. Stefan Nero on strike, and that cloud cover's starting to come over. Certainly taken a little bit of the light out here. Stefan's hit it in the air. Down to mid-off. David Howes stops it. A little hit in the shin. And returns the ball back to the pitch. And just the 1 run scored there. Palmer back on strike. Hollingsworth down for a sweep. It's come down the ground. Same spot as the last ball, down to mid-off, or mid-on for the left-hander. Collected by David Howes. Just the 1 run scored there again. The English team will be happy with ones. Next delivery should be a wide down the leg side. It is. Stefan tried to play at it, but just a little bit too wide down that leg side. Next delivery, a nice bouncy one here from Hollingsworth. And Stefan has hit it out to mid-off again. And just an easy one. Brings Stefan up to 84 off 41. Steve Palmer, 6 off 3. And we're in the 12th over. Stevie Palmer's gone for the reverse sweep. A little bit of a bouncy ball, that one, so I think it's bounced over the bat. And through the legs of Stevie Palmer, perhaps. For the ball to go down the leg side just a little bit. Nonetheless, the English team will be happy with the dot ball. Next delivery, again a bouncy one, a stand-up drive from Stevie Palmer. Not quite going to make the boundary here. David Howes has come through and picked that one up, returned it back to the pitch very quickly. So 2 runs scored off that one. It's a great stand-up drive from Stephen Palmer. And the Aussies now move to 132. Last ball, just a little nudge, perhaps a miss hit here from a stand-up drive into the covers, and the boys will stay put for a dot ball to end the over. So 2 for 132 after 12. Stefan Nero, 84 off 41. Stephen Palmer, 8 off 7. $67 runs to win, 8 overs to go. Rory Hossel coming into the attack from the southern end. The English field well spread out here. Stefan Nero on strike. We've got a 3/4 fine leg, a deep backward square, a deep mid wicket. Got a deep forward point and a deep third man. And that ball's on the stumps, swept out towards mid wicket. Nathan Jamieson out there, and they're going to go for 2. Potential for a run out here. It's a slide and dive. Very, very close on the run out. And Stephen has put in a good dive to make himself safe. Next delivery, Rory Hossel. Stefan goes for the reverse sweep. Out to backwards point. And David Howes again out there with the beautiful fielding. Boys come through for an easy 2. Another reverse sweep, this time in the air. Just one bounce through to David Howes, who was crouched down, ready to go. Fantastic running from the Aussie boys. Stefan calls Stephen through again. Two from it. Stefan moves up to 90. Sweeps it out to backward square. Fielder hasn't picked it up off the bat. Good sliding effort, and he's retrieved it. I think that might be Matthew Page out there. No, correction, sorry, it's Ed Hossel, the captain, as the ball comes back into the keeper. 2 runs scored off that one as well. Small break in the play here. Stefan just fixing his gloves. Tried for a reverse sweep. Hasn't been able to get bat onto it, so it's rushed through to the keeper for a dot ball. Ed Hossel, captain, just coming in, having a quick chat to the keeper, Andy Powers. Looks like Andy's going to put his face shield back on here. So coming up to the stumps. Potentially try and intimidate Stefan here a little bit. The opportunity for a stumping. And a sweep from Stefan at the backward square. Picked up by Ed Hossel. And back into the keeper very cleanly. 1 run scored there. That takes Stefan to 93 off 47. Stephen Palmer 8 off 6. And the Aussies 2 for 141 after 13. Quick drink for the Aussie boys. Stefan's done a fair bit of running here. Not quite sure what's happening here at the moment. I think Mohammed Khatri just being moved into a different fielding position. Justin Hollingsworth bowling from the northern end. This will be his 4th over. A bouncy one to start on the offside. It's going to be a wide. And he goes again. This time it's on the leg side. This one's also going to be called a wide. This one, Stefan hits it back down the ground. And he's picked out the bowler who's stuck her foot out and it's stopped the ball. So that one's a dot. Hollingsworth. This time in the air from Stefan. Out to a deep mid-wicket. Just picked out Nathan Jamieson. Very good fielding out there on the boundary again. And the boys come through for 2 runs. Stefan moves to 95. Hollingsworth in again. Stefan sweeps it. Didn't quite get onto it very cleanly. He's picked out the fielder here at short mid-wicket. Still come through for 1. Left-hander, Stephen Palmer. Back on strike. Bouncy one. And he's clean bowled. Tried to play stand-up drive there. Hollingsworth with the bouncy ball straight through Stephen Palmer. And he's hit middle and leg. The English team up and about on that one. The wicket they needed. Palmer could have done some damage. Stefan Nero again getting a new partner coming to the crease. Looks like Matt Cameron's coming out. We'll just confirm that in a moment. The English team got to be happy with that. Picks up the 3rd Aussie wicket. 3 for 146 in the 14th. 53 runs remaining for a win for Australia. As I said before, this Aussie lineup goes very deep into the batting order. So I'm sure the boys are still feeling quite confident here. Plenty of balls in hands before we get close to the end of the innings. And it is Matt Cameron coming out to join Stefan at the crease. Another New South Wales player. Spent some time in WA and played a lot of cricket. Now back into the New South Wales setup. Still 2 legal deliveries to come in this over from Hollingsworth. Figures currently 1 for 36 off 3.4. Stefan Nero 96 off 50. Matt Cameron joining him at the crease. 199 the total to get. The English body language still looking very positive here. Lots of encouragement happening around the field. The Aussie body language in the dugout looking equally as positive. Matt Cameron just getting his bearings around the ground. Finding out where some of the fielders are. Okay, Hollingsworth comes in to Matt Cameron. And he's sent it out onto the offside. It's not going to be called a wide. So that's a dot ball for the English. And again, this time it's in the air. Through the mid-wicket region. Collected Nathan Jamison. And 1 run scored to Matt Cameron. That's the end of the over. The Aussies finished 3 for 147 after 14. Looks like Muhammad Khatri coming back into the bowling lineup for the English. From the southern end, Matt Cameron on strike. Just sussing out the field at the moment. Matt Cameron facing up here at the northern end. Good delivery from Muhammad Khatri. Matt Cameron's hit it back down the ground to mid-off. Retrieved by Nathan Jamison. And the 1 run scored. Stefan looking very composed there at the striker's end. Just waiting for the field to get organised. As Muhammad Khatri comes in for his second ball. Stefan, eyes light up, and he's a swing and a miss on the offside there. English team go for a stumping, but the umpire at square leg not interested. Khatri lined up again, this time swept out to forward of square, and the fielder doesn't know where it is. And that one's gone for 4 runs. That brings up Stefan Nero's 100. A very fantastic performance here from Stefan. 100 off just 52 bowls. Job's not done yet though. Stefan knows that he can stay out here and bring up the win for the Aussies. The English team, fantastic sportsmanship shown here. Almost all of the fielders clapping as Stefan brings up his 100. And we're straight back into it. That one's a dot ball. The keeper did try and go for a bit of a stumping, but there wasn't too much foot movement. Stefan was hoping for the wide, and it wasn't given. Muhammad comes in again. This time a swing and a miss. Andy Powers, the keeper, going for another stumping there. Stefan's feet not moving too much, and I think Stefan's getting a little bit frustrated here that these wides aren't being called, but Consistent umpiring all day from these two, so can't complain from either team. Stefan getting a little bit frustrated here, though. He's going to go for the reverse. And he's hit it through backward point. Bit of mishap with the fielding here. And it's run over the boundary line for 4. First fielder sort of slid to stop it and didn't stop it. And I think that slide might have put off the fielder behind him who then lost the ball and allowed it to roll over the boundary line. That's end of the over. Australia 3 for 156. And it's the end of the 15th over. 43 needed from the Aussies. Plenty of wickets in hand. 30 balls in hand. Stefan Nero 104 off 55. Matt Cameron 2 off 3. Mohammad Khatri finishing his third over. 1 for 32. And we've had a change in the bowling from the northern end. David Howes coming on to have a bowl. Matt Cameron on strike. David Howes sending down a bouncy one. And a bit of a swing and a miss on the leg side. Again, Andy Powers going for the stumping. Matt Cameron's safe in his crease. So the dot ball. Howes in again and just placing the bat and allowing it to run off down to third man. Matt Cameron wanting the second run, Stefan sending him home. Back to the non-striker's end. Just the one run from that ball as the fielders press out on the leg side to Stefan. Deep fine, deep square, deep mid-wicket. Bit of a bouncy one and it's in the air through mid-wicket. He's picked out Nathan Jameson in the field at deep mid-wicket who has returned the ball back to the bowler. And an easy 2 runs scored there by the Aussies. Next delivery, outside off, swept down the ground. Again, picking out Nathan Jameson out there in deep mid-wicket. Just going to take one from that one. Stefan sending Matt Cameron back after a half run there. Matt Cameron on strike. Bouncy again. A nice sweep down to fine leg. Who retrieves the ball and sends it back into the keeper nice and quickly. Just the 1 run scored. Fielders having to do a bit of work here in and out of the field with these singles. David Howes down the leg side. Nice little sweep shot from Nero. Fielders overdone it. And ran over top of the ball and had to come back, and allowing the Aussies to come back for the 2. Very tidy over there for the first one from David Howes. Just 6 from it. As the Aussies finish the 16th over 3 for 163. Captain Ed Hossel just announcing to the English players that they're a little bit behind time in their over rate, so asking the boys to push through nice and quick. Now Moshfiq Ahmed back into the attack from the southern end. This will be over number 7 from the B1s. 8 required in the T20 innings. Matt Cameron on strike, and he's played a stand up down to fine leg. Picked out Matthew Page in the field, and they've tried for a little bit of a run out, but I think Matt Cameron might have, unintentionally of course, tripped Andy Powers a little bit in the field there, the keeper. So 2 runs scored off that first ball of Moshfiq's. This time out to square leg. Fielders come in, they've gone for 2. A good dive from Matt Cameron to keep himself safe at the striker's end. And it's a really good amount of running here from these 2. Again, plenty of batting together in New South Wales. Ahmed, next delivery. And he stand up from Matt Cameron. Smacked out through the mid-wicket region. Really good fielding out there on the boundary. Might be Rory Hossel out there, I think. Just the 1 run scored off that last ball. Bit of a dance down the ground from Stefan Nero. Swept out to Ed Hossel at square leg. And it's a fantastic return throw back into the keeper. I think it might have hit him in the chest. 2 runs scored to the Aussies. Stefan moves to 111 off 59. Matt Cameron 9 off 9. Ahmed to Nero. Hit in the air through mid-wicket. Matt Cameron being told to run hard, but making it very safely back to the non-striker's end for another 2 to the Australians. Ahmed to Nero. Reverse sweep. Out to backwards point. Well collected out there by Hossel. No, sorry, David Howes. And just the 1 run scored. Pretty tidy over there from Ahmed. 3 more overs in this innings. 26 runs required. David Howes coming in for another over from the northern end. The English pressing through. They know they're a little bit behind their over rate at the moment. Don't want to give away any free runs to Australia. Howes to Nero. Swept out into the forward square region. Picked up by Rory Hossel on the boundary. And a very easy 2 to the Aussies. Fantastic running here from the boys as Australia move to 175. Next delivery, a bit more bouncy. Hit straight back down the ground. That's a great shot from Stefan. It's coming very, very slowly towards the boundary rope, and it's just crossed it as the fielders come in. 4 runs to Stefan Nero. That takes him up to 120 off just 63 deliveries. The English still in it. A wicket here is what they're after. Certainly could put a stop in this momentum the Aussies have got at the moment. Howes in again. Nero in the air. And 2 bounces over the boundary rope at forward square leg. Great cheering around the ground here from the Australian supporters. A couple of locals come down to the cricket club for a look as well. as Nero makes his way to 124. Matt Cameron running down the other end for a quick chat. Places the bat, runs it down to third man. Matt Cameron calls him back for 2. Very smart running there by the boys. Matt Cameron giving Stefan the go ahead to come back for the second run. Just 14 runs required here from the Aussies. Next delivery, hit back straight at the bowler for a dot. Great fielding there, David Howes. He's been really dominant for this English team, particularly in the field. Next delivery, and it's a swing and a miss from Stefan. A little bit early on the sweep shot. Finishes that over with a dot ball. Quick drink being ran out to the Aussie batters, and I'm sure a quick message. There's 2 overs to go. 14 runs required for the Aussies to bring home the Ashes. We've just got a little sprinkle of rain starting to come over us this evening here at Broadbeach. Nothing at this point in time that would put the next 2 overs in jeopardy, but just a very, very light sprinkle. And Mushfiq Ahmed continuing his spell from the southern end. And this should be the last B1 over for the innings. Matt Cameron on strike. And we're going to start this over with a wide on the offside. Matt Cameron being smart, just letting it go by. Take the 1. Next delivery. A little bit of overcorrection here. A wide down the leg side. Some great encouragement coming from the outfield. Captain Ed Hossel just letting Mushfiq Ahmed know that the team have got his back. And a sweep shot from Matt Cameron out to Ed Hossel himself. Just going to take the 1. That brings the Aussies to 3 for 188. 11 required. Next delivery from Ahmed. Stefan preempting a reverse sweep. He's hit it through the covers. Sam Hoskin fielding hasn't quite picked it up. And David Howes comes in off the boundary to give him some assistance. Another 2 to the Aussies. 3 for 190. Ahmed to Nero. Takes a step down the ground. Pushes it down to mid-on. And again, the Aussies come back for a very comfortable 2. Just a very light sprinkle of rain coming over us at the moment. A little bit of darkness as the cloud cover comes over and the sun starts to set. Next delivery, a big swing from Stefan Nero. He's hit it through mid-wicket. Fielded by Rory Howes. Shout for a run out. But a sliding dive there from Stefan Nero keeps him safe. Umpire shakes his head. The English boys still up and about. Just 5 runs remaining for the Aussies. 1.2 overs to do it. Next delivery, that one's going to be a wide on the offside from Ahmed. Looks a little bit disappointed with himself. The English boys still getting around him. Next delivery, same spot again, wide on the offside. Captain Ed Hossel, coming out off the boundary to give some words of encouragement here to Mushfiq. Just one more illegal delivery required from him. A little bit unusual in blind cricket to leave a B1 over until the last two. The Aussies just needing 3 more runs to win the Ashes in a clean sweep over England in his first 3 games due to a few washouts up here on the Gold Coast. Next delivery from Ahmed. It's a good one. Stefan down the ground to mid-on. Matt Cameron very confident to come through for his second run. And 2 runs scored, so we've currently got a draw here at Broadbeach. At the end... No, not the end. One more delivery by the looks of it. Yes, one more delivery to come in the 19th over from Mushfiq Ahmed. Last ball of the over. Fields all pressed in and Stefan straight over mid-wicket. And a big roar from the crowd and the Aussie tent as the Aussies come to victory. Stefan, a superb 135. And the Aussies have won the Ashes. Just to double check the scorecard there. And a little secondary cheer once they know that it's all over and done with. Fantastic innings from the Aussies, chasing down 198 in 19 overs. Stefan Nero holding his bat all the way through that 20 over innings. 135 not out off 72. Matt Cameron finishing the innings 10 not out off 10. Some really good contributions there. Brad Brider at the start of the innings, 25 off 18. Aaron Lyle coming in and an unfortunate LBW quite early on. Stevie Palmer putting in a couple of runs there as well. The English team will be disappointed with that. 198, so a very good score. This Aussie team's just too good. Stefan, another 100 in the Ashes series as the